All right, good evening, everyone. The date is February 12, 2025. Lancaster IC Board of Trustees meeting is now called to order. The time is 5:34 p.m. The meeting has been properly posted in accordance to the Texas Open Meeting Act. Is being held at 422 South Center Avenue, Lancaster, Texas. I'll now take roll. Trustee Cluis.
Present.
Secretary Morris.
Present.
Trustee Nichols.
Present.
Trustee Hamilton.
Present.
Anyone online?
Not board members.
Seeing none. Myself is present. A quorum is established. The mission of Lancaster ISD is empowering all students' purpose and passion through a quality education. And Dr. Pereira, do we have any citizens communication?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
All right. The next thing we'll go to is the Conservator's report. Dr. Francois. And board, if you will, you can find the recommended changes in diligence.
Okay, thank you, Board President Jones, trustees, and Dr. Pereira. Normally, I do not report, as you all know, at the work session, but the item that I want to present and share with you today is something that will become part of your progress report, your monthly progress report. And so shared with Board President Jones, and we agreed that this would be a good time to present this to you so that you're aware of it before it becomes part of the next, the February report. Basically, what you see on the screen is that I have decided to modify GPM 3.2, and the GPM is up the way it's currently stated, and then the change that I have decided we will insert into your plan going forward. For a little bit of background information, all conservators do a yearly review of the progress reports that they submit, and they do that, as have I, to see if there's a need for any change, any update, any revision that would be important to the progress of the district or the board. At this time, I am making a change. You'll recall that I've been here for 2 years now. I did not make any change recommendations last year, but I am making one this year. And the way that this happens, or the way that the process that is followed, is that I review the proposed plan and then determine which GPMs or exit criteria goals need to be adjusted. Once I've made that decision, then I make the adjustment and I share with the individuals at TEA to whom I report, and then we confer on the usefulness of the change, and then that changed item is inserted in the plan. If there's an LSG coach in the district, the conservator will also consult with the coach just for feedback and information and to get comfortable that the coach is understanding what the changes are. And I had done that with Dr. Lloyd. Ultimately, though, the decision to make the change rests with the conservator. Now, after the changes are made, they're presented to the board president for review, which I did share with Dr. Pereira as well as Board President Jones. And that presentation is not for approval, but it's so the board can be notified and appropriately apprised of what the change is going to be, which is why I'm presenting this information to the board today. Now, let me give a little rationale for why this change is coming about and how it's going to look going forward. Now, in the past 6 months, the instances in which individual trustees demonstrated behavior that violates the Board of Ethics, the board's plan of ethics, district policy or parliamentary procedure, and accepted public decorum have been reduced considerably. The board as a whole have reduced those types of incidents considerably. So taking that in mind, as I did my review, I took a close look at GPM 3.2 and decided that changing the GPM to state that the majority of the board, note that it says the majority of the board, must demonstrate acceptable behavior. That is intended to determine if the board as a body is showing progress in this area. Now, even though this change addresses and measures the board as a collective, any instance in which an individual trustee violates board ethics, district policy, parliamentary procedure, and/or accepted public decorum will still be noted and highlighted in monthly reports. So the difference here is pretty big, because what I'm looking towards is being able to, within the time frame outlined in the change, be able to assess the board's behavior as a whole. We do know, however, that from time to time there may be individuals who do not abide by the ethics, the code of conduct, parliamentary procedure, and so on. And so I reserve the right to make note of that and to share that information with the public. Now, GPMs are written as SMART goals because the goal stands, the A in a SMART goal stands for achievable. And so by making this adjustment, the board as a collective body will have a chance to achieve the goal. And the new GPM will be reflected in the February 2025 progress report. So again, the effort here is to be able to recognize and highlight the board's ability to work together. However, remember that that is not going to excuse anyone from appropriate behavior. So I'll stop there, President Jones, and take any questions that anyone may have.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Francois. And board, I think one of the main things here is that during a review, I guess in January, just going through the GPMs, trying to identify how can we meet those metrics. This particular one came up as being like 100%. We had to have no instances. So we kind of discussed this, and I wanted to bring it before you guys to give us an opportunity with a SMART goal. It's measurable, and this kind of gives us those metrics within this proposed change. So with that being said, any questions or comments on this item for myself or Dr. Francois? Secretary Morris.
Thank you, Board President, and thank you, Dr. Francois, for putting this in front of us. You know, after dreaming and thinking of this, I think that this is on the right track to look at, for us to go back and just stand back and look at us as a board as a whole. Because even though we cannot control one's behavior, we can keep our behavior in such a way that hopefully it'll rub off around the table. But I will just keep in mind, because I thought about this, our children, we are in a district with no tolerance. And no tolerance meaning nothing. If it's a behavior, there is a consequence. And so I was just keeping that in mind, is if we set a standard for us to achieve, the question is, are we sending a good message if our students actually see this, knowing that we are the leaders and the board of students over 7,000? And, you know, I don't disagree with this. Matter of fact, I agree with it. But if we are reducing our standards, what are we going to say to our children? Because kids are first. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Morris. Any other questions or comments?
I just have a question. Is the date going to change to 2025 in this proposed verbiage?
That's a good question, Trustee Hamilton. When a progress report is written, it's always written with an old date. The date doesn't change. What does change, though, is over time, if you look at the progress report itself, there's a column about implementation, and in that column, it will tell whether or not implementation is in its beginning stages or if it's moving along well. And that's where you can really determine whether or not there's going to be movement toward changing that particular goal from not achieving or on track or not applicable. So the date really doesn't carry any weight. It's just the date that's inserted to say this is when I entered and this is when the goal was written.
All right, thank you. Trustee Clois.
Do we have a copy of this that's on screen?
It should be within diligent.
It's not in here.
You know, actually,
Yeah, it's on the Conservator report. You click on that link.
Yeah, I think
And then-
what I'm looking at here only gives, yeah, there's no, let me refresh.
Right here.
Oh, it's just the part. He was looking for the presentation.
Yeah, the presentation isn't there, but the language is. So if you go to Conservator report.
He's looking for the PowerPoint.
Yeah, the PowerPoint is, but the language is right here.
Okay, so it's there. Okay, cool. Thank you, thank you.
I do have a picture when you sit down, I'll ask.
All right. You good, Trustee Clois?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right. Trustee Nichols?
In reference to, Dr. Francois, thank you so much. In reference to the 90% TAL, do we know where we are today with that?
Well, we're just starting the goals, so, but 90% would be, I think, 5 of you. At least 5. But to highlight what Ms. Morris said, Secretary Morris said, ideally, it's going to be 100%, and that would be the better report.
Yeah.
It says no less than 90%.
Yeah.
So hopefully.
Yeah, I just was curious to see where today. I'm sure when we came up with this number, I'm sure it's achievable for us. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Would like to note that Vice President Smith joined us at 5:40 p.m. And the next item on our agenda is discussion of the 2025 bond referendum results. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. Got some good news coming forward today. I have Mr. Josh McLaughlin from BOK Financial Securities, as well as Dana Shaw Mosley, to present that information to our board and our community. And Mr. McLaughlin, I think you have a colleague with you as well. Dana.
I do. Good evening. I have Alice along with me as well. President Jones, members of the board, Dr. Pereira, it's good to see you tonight. Last time I was here was in mid-September. We talked about refinancing a portion of the district's outstanding bonds at a lower interest rate. That program was implemented last Wednesday, so we're here to share the results of that. Anything you want to say before I jump into this? All right. So last Wednesday, we were able to go out in the national capital markets and sell your bonds to new investors. We take the proceeds of those bonds and we pay off your old bonds. So effectively, you have a new lower interest rate. The interest rate on the district's bonds were reduced from a 4.62% to a 3.40%. That generated savings in excess of $5.521 million to the district and its taxpayers, and that is $2,000 more than what we had presented in September. Now, that may not seem like a lot of money, $2,000, but given how interest rates went up starting in December, I was very concerned that while we would hit our minimum savings parameters, we weren't going to get back to where we were in September. The reality is, and I quote this, it's the 10-year Treasury rate. If you look at what the 10-year Treasury rate has done this year, it's ranged anywhere from a 4.43, which was the lowest and is also on the date that you sold last week, to over 480. Currently, today, the 10-year Treasury is at 462. So you pick the exact right date to price these bonds and lock in these savings. With that, with this refunding program, as long with the bond prepayment that the district actually paid yesterday? Yesterday, collectively since 2006, the district has saved taxpayers over $57.2 million by prepaying its bonds or refinancing its debt at a lower interest rate. So
We didn't
congratulations.
We didn't hear you.
$57.2 million.
Yeah, that deserves a round of applause.
As part of the bond process, again, we went out and sold bonds to interested investors. You were selling roughly $66 million, but we generated over $300 million of orders. That allowed us to lower the interest rates even more. You'll see several of those investors in the orders we put in. But we look at that and say 24 investors coming in, it was well received in the marketplace. As also part of the overall bond sale, the district has to go out and get an independent bond rating, and it did so from Moody's as well as S&P. Your current ratings of A1 and A were affirmed by both rating agencies, and you could see there the highlighted, your healthy financial reserves, your liquidity, decreasing debt load, so all positive things for Lancaster ISD. And they're happy about it too.
Exactly.
So blow your own horn. We got it.
There you go. But again, congratulations on the successful sale. I know I went through that relatively quickly, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Any questions from the board?
Accept comment. Ms. McLaughlin, I just wanted to really express appreciation for your guidance through this process, because Dana and I were somewhat not necessarily new, but new together going through this, and ensuring that we had the best understanding and also selecting the right date. And Allison, whatever impact you had on that, thank you. But I think we did hit the market at the right day, at the right time, because if you look at it, obviously just 1 week later, today, it's not so hot.
Not so hot at all.
So
And the underwriting syndicate that you chose did a wonderful job as well.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Secretary Murry.
I wanted to be last if anybody else wanted to say. Okay. I just want to say thank you all. Thank you for our staff and definitely for our leadership. Dr. Pereira, Ms. Dana, you're in the right place at the right time. And thank you. And thank you. And Dr. Pereira, you in making a decision to our administration, it shows us today your decisions are the decisions to focus on our district and for our children. And thank you for that. Thank you all.
All right, thank you very much. You as well. The next item on our agenda is discussion of acceptance of the Federal Communications Commission Schools and Libraries Cybersecurity Pilot Program. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Ms. Angie Knight to share that information with our board and our community. Dr. Knight, the floor is yours whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Good evening, President Jones, esteemed trustees, and Dr. Pereira. I come tonight to provide information about a grant that we were recently awarded through the Federal Communications Commission. The Federal Communications Commission adopted a 3-year, $200 million Schools and Libraries Cybersecurity Pilot Program. This program will allow the FCC to obtain actionable data about which cybersecurity services and equipment would best help K-12 schools and libraries addressing the growing cyber threats and attacks against their broadband networks. From this program, the Commission aims to learn how to improve school and library defenses against sophisticated ransomware and cyber attacks that put children at risk and impede learning. And we have been awarded $299,717.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Knight, any questions from the board? Trustee Nichols?
Thank you so much. This is awesome. For the cybersecurity, is that something where the kids will get a certificate or something? Is it?
No, it's more of a software to protect the district.
District, okay. All right. I'm sorry, I'm always thinking of
course.
certifications kids can do to help them get jobs, and because so many people are hiring people for cybersecurity, so my job is too, so. But yeah, good. Thank you so much. For
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
You'll hear some of that this evening, but this is particularly for our network.
Okay, thank you.
Next item on our agenda is CTE offerings.
And
Dr. Pereira.
the time is right now. Trustee Nichols. Ms. Murray is going to come forward and share that information with our community and our board. Ms. Murray, the floor is yours when you are ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Jones and distinguished board members and Superintendent Pereira. I come to you this evening to let you know that we intend to request for approval of CTE innovative courses. This does align with Board Goal number 1 for us to provide world-class teaching and learning experiences, and also align with career and technical education program goals to offer students coherent, and rigorous content that is relevant and challenging for them. What's important to know about innovative courses is that they are not typically originated from the state, but they are sent to the state for approval for us to provide these courses, and the students still receive state credit for graduation. So the courses that I am presenting today are state approved, and it must be approved by the local school board for us to offer these courses. And if we offer these courses, they do count for endorsement requirements, which is what CTE does for our students. Okay, so the proposed innovative courses that I am proposing that we offer, one is the Practicum in Digital Audio Technology. Now, the Digital Audio Technology program does cover our audio-visual program, but here in Lancaster, we have kind of 2 branches in that program. We have the audio-video tech, which we're all familiar with, but we also have digital audio tech, audio-visual and digital audio. So there is a practicum in audio-visual that our regular audio-visual production students go through, but there was an innovative course submitted for digital audio technology specifically, and this would cover our students that are in Tiger Student Media, if you are familiar with the work that they do. And so we have both of those branches in that pathway. The other next two courses are Internet Working Technologies 1 and Internet Working Technologies 2, specifically with the Cisco lab. Now, a few years ago, before I took on this role, we actually installed a Cisco internetworking lab at the high school. And so these innovative courses align with the lab that we already have. This would be a network that the students could practice with the Cisco curriculum in particular. And this kind of covers, for Trustee Nichols, your question. This is also our cybersecurity lab. And so we are proposing to offer those courses as well. We have quite a few students who are interested in cosmetology, but not to be a stylist. And so our cosmetology instructor is asking if we can offer the nail care and the aesthetics classes for open electives for those students, and there are industry-based certifications in aesthetics and nail care as well, for them to take those courses without having to go through the entire cosmetology program. And then our sports medicine program, Kinesiology 1 and Kinesiology 2, are also innovative courses to help our students get that athletic training certification in our sports medicine program. And the goal is for those courses to be taught by our athletic trainers, and this is a partnership with our athletics department.
All right, Ms. Murray, before you move forward, Vice President Smith has his hand raised.
Okay.
Vice President Smith, your question. You're on mute right now, sir.
Sorry, guys, I got this whole double mute thing going on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe you cannot. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All righty. A really quick question. Are there vouchers available for Cisco certifications that accompany the internet working classes?
Vouchers for the students to pay for the exams?
Yes.
Yes, we cover all exam expenses for students.
Awesome. And do you guys have I know you cover the lab and the basic coursework, but do you guys have any exam prep material?
Yes, we cover that as well.
Awesomeness. Super awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Murray.
That is the conclusion of those courses that we are asking or will ask at the regular board meeting for you to approve. And I will take any other questions you may have.
Trustee Nichols?
Cisco training, the certification. I know the industry has a high demand for, young students to participate in some of their internship programs for high school age, as well as college. Citibank does. I actually work for them. So they're always looking for people. But one of the things that I've challenged them with is to identify people and kids in other school districts, in our districts, to be able to get those opportunities. So I'll make sure I give you my information of the contact person so that however Dr. Pereira wants to handle that, it's her shop, and to be able to get those opportunities. But it's also good to hear that they're getting the certifications, because we don't have a lot of brown-skinned kids investing into computer science. So we really need to make sure we have those opportunities that starts from the foundation, which is here, to be able to take those on. So thank you so much for what you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right. Trustee Clewis?
Ms. Murray, one quick question.
Yes,
Once
sir.
approved, this will take effect 25, 26 school
Correct.
year? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any additional questions, comments? Secretary Morris?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to advance applaud the district and definitely the leadership for bringing this in front of us, because you mentioned the endorsement. Strongly support those endorsements, and as well as knowing that each one of these courses, they can carry these as college credit courses, or if they choose to go to a technical area, this will credit them, especially in the cosmetology. Sports, I was really glad to see, one day we'll get law in there, but, and you are receiving some federal funds to match dollars.
We are receiving some Perkins funds.
Right,
yes.
right.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to bring that out it's in our hands, the board's hands, and thank you so much for bringing it to us, Dr. Pereira. Thank you for your leadership and guiding us in this direction for that after-school process.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Secretary Morris. I guess I have one question pertaining to the nails,
Yes.
nail care. When will they allow us to come, or adults to come, so they can get practice?
We'll work that out. We'll
All right,
work that
all
out
right.
with you.
Yeah, I need to get those hours in practice, so
Yes.
I'm willing to volunteer.
And we do have the pedicure
I'm willing,
chairs
yes,
as
I'm
well.
Oh,
willing-
really?
I'm willing to volunteer. Yeah, I need a fresh cut, too. I need a fresh cut.
Indeed. Thank you.
Dr. Pereira.
Ms. Murray, I just wanted to make sure that we have an opportunity to invite the board to see the new training room that was opening. I don't think you all have seen that facility. It is top notch. You would think you walked into a college room, actually, training. I've been in enough training rooms to know that they look good. And I happen to be a guinea pig for a lesson on dry needle acupuncture, which if you know me, you know I don't like needles, but I did it for the kids.
All right. All right. right, thank you very much, Ms. Murry.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is discussion of E-rate bids for network equipment and installation. Dr. Pereira.
Sir. Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Mr. Anthony Thornhill and Mr. Jeffrey Williamson to present. It looks like Mr. Thornhill is solo on this one. The floor is yours, sir, when you're ready.
Okay. All right, Board President Jones, distinguished board, and Superintendent Dr. Pereira. I'm here for a discussion on possible approval of E-rate Category 2 funding. Just to give you a recap, E-rate is a federal program administered by USAC. So funding from USAC occurs on a 5-year cycle. We get a predetermined amount of dollars from USAC. It's based off our enrollment and then also our economic disadvantage numbers. The 5-year cycle began in school year of 21-22, and it's set to end next school year during the 25-26 school year. All funds they resets at the end of each 5 years, so therefore they do not roll over. So any unused funds, we lose them. So we want to make sure we maximize the dollars that were provided. For our next budget cycle, we provided we provided $1.2 million in funds, and we spent a little in 21-22. We spent about a little over $560,000. So therefore, we still have some unused funds that we're looking to use on Category 2 funding services. So if you look here on your screen, you can see some examples of Category 2 funding. So equipment. So Category 2 is used for equipment and services that provide internet connection to distribute internet throughout the district. With our unused funds, we're looking to improve connectivity amongst several of our locations. So we're looking to purchase over 230 access points, 5 PoE switches, and then 2 UPS, which is our backup systems for 10 different locations. Because we have a high number of free reduced lunch, Lancaster is eligible for the highest amount of 85% discount of E-rate, Category 2 E-rate funding. So if you can see, we're looking to purchase about a little over $426,000 worth of equipment, and we can get that for just under $64,000 if approved by the board. Any questions you may have?
All right, I see Vice President Smith giving a thumbs up as he's traveling down 45. Any other questions or comments?
I have, I guess, a statement more so for Dr. Pereira.
Trustee Close.
With, excuse me, with a lot of what's going on the national scene, have we looked at all federal programs and what worst case scenarios would look like for us?
We have not necessarily assessed every single one, but I can tell you those that we have for this year, we have already accessed our dollars for those so that we make sure we have them through the remainder of this fiscal year. Who knows what's going to happen? And again, for this, we're going to proceed as normal and making sure that we request the dollars that I think we are owed. I can't predict what President will do going down the road, but what I can say is we are bracing ourselves, even in staffing. You'll see at the next board meeting, I'll be asking to make some shifts in that because of federal dollars tied up to staffing, and that to me is a priority at this point with the federal dollars and how it will impact our kids.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question.
All right, great question. Any other questions or comments? Secretary Morris.
I have a question. I just happened to take another browse through my internet at home, my network and all of the surrounding areas network. I don't know if anybody ever thought about just looking at what are we living around. One thing I didn't see, and so I'm just wondering if it's in our community, is LISD. I saw FBI surveillance van. I saw all of my neighbors and some of the stores and some of everything, but I didn't see LISD. So maybe it don't reach north of this building, or it's just in this area?
So we have like a security, so it's private. So you have to have access
But it's
to our.
private, but you can still see it, but you can't get in it.
Certain range, everything has a range, and some of our buildings have outside APs, but we have a certain range limit.
Okay.
So it doesn't.
So our students if they don't have an internet in their house, they can't access?
Well, we have a certain amount of hotspots that we provide for each campus for students if they need it. If the demand came larger, of course, we can come up, we got different plans. E-rate actually, we can do a mobile school bus, and we have different opportunities, but as far as I know right now, we haven't been, we don't have a high number of a high need at the current time.
No, okay.
Most of them link to their hotspots on their phones.
Oh, okay, great. And then we have a hotspot. I was just curious that I saw everybody else, it actually showed, even though I couldn't click on it, but I didn't see LISD there.
Yeah, we just have a certain range, so if you're not in range, it's not gonna show.
Gotcha.
So we don't have citywide Wi-Fi.
I didn't even see the city of Lancaster.
But you saw FBI.
I saw the FBI then.
Very good, okay.
You might be concerned, Ms. Morris.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Thornhill.
Thank you. That's so pretty.
All right, the next item on our agenda is discussing the Bluebonnet curriculum. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Dr. Barker to present that information to our board and our community. As you all may know, Texas is proposing new curriculum for ELAR and mathematics. And tonight, I would like for us to entertain the math curriculum, and Dr. Barker is going to bring that forward to you. And we can talk off record about the ELAR.
So good evening, Board President Jones, esteemed board members, Superintendent Dr. Pereira, and gallery guests. So I am here to speak a bit about Bluebonnet math. As Dr. Pereira mentioned, it is a hot topic. The Bluebonnet curriculum altogether is a hot topic. We reviewed and looked at our needs here in the district, and in reviewing our data, which you have a few slides, I think you had access to, Bluebonnet math is one that we would like to bring forth to you for consideration. Tonight, I am going to give you some of the information that probably the media is not giving you. So it's going to be an executive summary, and as Dr. Pereira mentioned, we can speak a bit offline if you have like really detailed questions. But what is Bluebonnet math? So it's a high quality instructional materials. You'll hear us talk about HQIM. We have some HQIM presentations that'll be coming to you over the next few months. But it was vetted through the State Board of Education's instructional materials review process that was established by HB 1605. It covers the full TEKS. It's aligned to evidence-based practice and is relevant to in the curriculum areas of RLA, math, science. It has some alignment to all of the subjects. It supports all of our learners, whether they have disabilities, they are English language learners, even our gifted and talented. It has within the curriculum package opportunities for us to progress monitor as frequently as we would like. There is a requirement in the Bluebonnet package that there is an implementation plan and support for our teachers. We do that here in our district anyway. I will have to tell you, I do actually commend the state for requiring that there is a support for our teachers. It provides teacher and student facing lesson materials, and there's a question of how was this resource developed. It was specifically developed using the TEKS and looking at Texas historical information. One of the things that we noticed is that it is, and I'm not really sure if we have it on here, it is Eureka Math, which is a curriculum that's been around here in Texas and across the nation. Many districts have seen lots of success around Eureka, and what the state has done is taken their experts and gone in and looked at where, as a state, we have historically not done really well and strengthened that part of Eureka, or where we have done really well in their alignment process and maybe not spend as much time on it in the scope and sequence. So what we have here, what we attempted to do was to show you some of the challenges that the state is addressing, I was about to say attempting to address, is addressing with Bluebonnet learning curriculum, learning solution. They looked at the research, 83% of the assignments provided to students are below grade level. That's within many of the curriculum options that had been available in the past. And so Bluebonnet ensures access to grade level assignments every day for all students. I will tell you one of the things that, and I'm saying this public, one of the things that I feel like whenever stepping into this position and we were returning back from COVID, that was a mistake. Hindsight is bliss, right? That was a mistake, was that when we brought our students back into the building, we brought them back at grade level, even though district students in our building had been out of the classroom with teachers for 2 years. So say, for example, you were 4th grade when the pandemic lockdown happened. We gave them some curriculum. When they came back, they were with us at 6th grade. We started teaching them at the 6th grade level and patching holes. The math teacher in me now is saying what we should have done was we should have, instead of patching the foundation, we should have rebuilt the foundation that we know that they missed. And in long term, that would have helped us not to continuously have to patch holes. And looking at a lot of what Bluebonnet took into consideration, remember I said the state looked at historical data and then filled in where they felt that this curriculum should be strengthened to address the needs of students. From what I can see, and my hope is that they took into consideration that time that all students were out of the classroom, the math classroom, and help us to build that foundation and move forward. We put in some of the challenges as what districts could do. They may download and edit all of the products to customize them for their local context. So in our context, we may need to add a bit more to make sure that our foundation is solid, because our students were out a year longer than most of the other students. And so Bluebonnet is what we are looking at to help us get back to where President Jones is always pressing me that we should be. So as I mentioned, is exclusively created for Texas. K-5 was created. That is something that the state pretty much touts, that it was created for Texas by Texas. It supports our teachers. It is standards aligned, and it is built to ensure that our students build on the knowledge and skills that they need to succeed. And so one of the things that I mentioned, I said I liked that the district had a plan that, excuse me, sorry, it's hot in here, that the state had a plan to make sure that, one, it's implemented correctly, and that we make sure that we support our teachers. And so in the adoption of Bluebonnet, there's a requirement for a transition plan. So linked in your slides, you'll see the transition plan. It does say draft because we are still working through what that'll look like for us. We want to make sure, and we're in a place that many districts aren't, we built a math instructional framework that we continue to refine, and refinement even happened today. We had some walkthroughs on our campuses that were aligned with the practices that we built in the instructional framework. But that will help us to guide our transition plan. The state does give a guide for you as for what the transition plan looks like. There are some specific requirements. If you look at the actions, setting goals, creating conditions, leading internalization, and professional learning communities, establishing observations and feedback practices, and aligning with assessment strategies. That also really aligns with what our framework is. So again, there are some requirements by the state, but as usual, Lancaster is kind of leading that process anyway, because these are some of the things that we already do. Now, there are a couple of other slides in here that mention one of our partners. We already have a partnership with Sustain Ed Leaders. They are working with us at Houston. There's a requirement around the LASSO grant, and we really would, and we'll talk later once the LASSO grant is hopefully approved by the state, and Sustain Ed will help us with this. But Bluebonnet is one of the requirements of the grant. And so LMS was a campus that we looked to apply for the LASSO grant for. It needs a lot of support, very similar to the support that we gave to GWC, and we see where GWC is now. We want to make sure that as the students transition from GWC, that the same type of practices are supported at LMS. And so the LASSO grant will help us to do that. We could have possibly come to the board and ask for more budget to be able to do this, but the state has offered us through LASSO to be able to support the type of progress that our students need. And so in the grant, you'll see we'll have district implementation support that'll come from the plan, and at the same time, a side-by-side school support. Again, these are aligned with the transition plan. We'll do that with a partner instead of stretching our staff as we already do with other programs that we have. Their approach is here as well, customized support to the district, direct leader and teacher coaching, side-by-side high-touch support, which means they'll be in the classroom, they'll be able to give immediate feedback to our teachers. This is all done with evidence-based practice. They use their expertise, and one of the things that I love about them is they customize it to the campus. We've partnered with folks before, and they try to bring us, oh, this is what happened in Dallas, and it worked. This is what happened in El Paso, and it worked. And working with Sustain Ed, they want to talk about what is happening in Lancaster. What happens with the Lancaster students? Let's build a plan around our students. Although we know that's the way it should always be, I assure you that is not all the way, all the time. That's not always how it is. The plan that once we get the grant, they assured us, and we'll make sure that we'll align with the district priorities and they have a track record of working with districts. One of the things that you'll hear soon from them is they'll come and report out. We meet with them regularly. They'll report out on the work that they're doing on the one campus that we have and the progress that we're seeing. And so we gave you a Bluebonnet curriculum links so that you could go in and see some of the samples of the curriculum. It is available online. Any of our parents can go ahead and review using the same username that's there. And we also just made it handy that if you have any questions, questions, like I said, I'll speak with you offline, but also there are frequently asked questions. We link them there as well. So I know that was a whole lot. At the next board meeting, the ask is that you approve that we adopt Bluebonnet Math as a part of the curriculum that we'll offer next year. That helps us to advance in the process of the grant. The grant is for, I will reiterate, is for LMS only. However, we are looking at Bluebonnet for K-5, and also all the way through Algebra 1. Beyond Algebra 1, right now, the state curriculum is not available. Next month, when we bring other subjects that we are looking at, you'll see the pre-cal and the Algebra 2 and our recommendations for geometry. Lastly, I'll say we're very lucky. We have who I feel like are experts in the field with our instructional staff, and so they're reviewing those. I would like to invite you or ask you to look for an email. Our process is a little bit different from Trustee Cluess sat on our curriculum committee maybe a year ago, It was a year ago. And so we review it internally, and then we move that as one of the duties of the District Advisory Committee. And so you all will be invited to the District Advisory Committee meeting where we'll review some of the others. Bluebonnet, the review is, since it's an open educational resource, it is available for anyone to be able to review. So it's on the TEA website, and it's linked in the links that we gave you. So with that, I know I was long-winded, but I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Barker. Any questions from the board at this point? All right. I would just encourage you guys to take a look at these links for the samples and then submit any questions through the portal, as I'll be doing. Trustee Nichols.
President, so you have an incentive, right? Is it $60 or so per child that
Yes.
participate? Because I read that, and not in
Yes.
your presentation, but I did
Yes.
look it up. So it is, that's a good thing, right?
It is. I mean, there's a cost for Bluebonnet. The state gives us an instructional material allotment every 2 years, but there is extra incentive for the print materials. So the $60 will help us if we decide we needed print materials for every single student. Then we can send the print materials home with our students.
Yeah, because it's free online, but you have the option
Yes.
to print if you choose to.
Yes.
But then they do offer you the $60
Yes,
per child.
to cover the cost.
Yep.
So, and we will likely, print as needed.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Pereira.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Barker, for the math piece. And board, as you are, if you find an opportunity to go and look at the curriculum online, I would also encourage you to look at the ELAR. That will help you better understand why we are not going to adopt that, hopefully.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Barker and Dr. Pereira. The next item on our agenda is discussion of the 2025-2026 academic calendar. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm going to call forward Ms. Bell to share that information with our board and our community. Ms. Bell is making a proposal of the calendar for next year, and from that, we'll take that and build our employee calendar, et cetera. But today is just strictly for that academic calendar. Ms. Bell.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Jones, our distinguished board members, and Dr. Pereira. This evening, I would like to present essentially our process that we underwent for the 25-26 academic calendar school year. With all calendars, 75,600 minutes is what 75,600 minutes is what we want to make sure that we capture for our instructional minutes for our students. So that was one of our top priorities as we were designing our calendar, of course. I wanted to share with you our collaboration timeline. So with all with all of our initiatives, we always like to involve and engage our community as well as staff and parents in the community. So that's just showcasing all of the engagement groups and the dates that we met on. The calendar itself, I wanted to point out a couple of the some of the unique attributes. So one for one, we have a fall break with this particular calendar, with the consideration of voting this in for the next school year. I will tell you the fall break came into play as we were doing research. We discovered that all of our neighboring districts have fall breaks. So just with us, we want to always be competitive, not only with our salary, we also want to be competitive with our calendar options as well, because believe it or not, teachers shop around and they're not just looking at salaries, but they're also looking at calendar opportunities as well. That's part of their new benefits as well. Wanted to mention that we've included 4 district professional learning days, and we also have 4 early release days as well as campus professional learning opportunities. And so we thought we were very thoughtful in that we know that intentional time to study the craft and make sure that teachers are having the opportunity to be trained. As Dr. Barker was sharing with the Bluebonnet, we want teachers to have the opportunity throughout the year to be trained, training to be laced throughout the year. And a couple other things I wanted to point out is that the teacher work days at this time would be 181, and the student instructional days would be 167. So good news, we actually had about 81% of our participants were parents this time. That is the largest participation we've had since I've been doing the calendar. We had a total of 652 individuals who participated as of February the 7th. But again, I just wanted to highlight that 81% of those out of that 652 were parents, and then 18% of our employees participated. So those are the data pieces for you to take a look at as well. And that's it. And so we'll be coming back to you later on in February for you all to vote on the proposed calendar for the upcoming school year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bell. Any questions or comments on
I
this?
have one quick question.
Trustee Clois?
Ms. Bell, is
Yes,
the spring break in alignment with Dallas College?
So the spring break is actually at this time in alignment with Dallas ISD. And Dallas College, it is in alignment with Dallas ISD, Dallas College, but when we initially created this, as soon as Dallas released their date, we went with them because last year they changed the calendar. Dallas College changed their calendar to match Dallas ISD.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that was the process. And thank you for asking.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Bell. Do we have any further questions? The next item on our agenda is discussion of budget amendment for the general operating funds and child nutrition. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Ms. Dana Shaw-Mosley to present that information to our board and to our community.
Good afternoon, Board President Jones, board members, and Dr. Pereira. Tonight, I want to discuss the proposed budget amendments for February. The first one is general operating. I'm requesting approval at the board meeting later on this month to move funds from function 51 to 71 for the leased vehicles from enterprise for the maintenance and operations staff. It's $138,000 that we pay for a lease. It's coded to the incorrect function, and I need to move the funds to function 71, which requires a budget amendment. Also in function 53, for the right to use assets for the leased phones that you approved last board meeting, I need to move those to function 71 as well because that's a lease. And according to the Financial Accountability Resource Guide, we have to code those in the right function. And this is just like the accounting of the budget amendments that I brought to you before that were approved in October. And then the column to the far right is the proposed budget amendment that I'm requesting now. It is a zero impact to the budget. We're just moving from one function to another function. The next request that we're discussing is child nutrition. The budget amendment request is to increase the revenue due to the high school and the Barack and Michelle Obama High School receiving the community eligibility provision, which we abbreviated CEP. The increase would be $550,000 due to the free and reduced lunch, the free lunch that the high school students are getting, which our claims go up, which means our revenue goes up, which means we need to increase the revenue from what we approved in August. Also, the positions that were added to child nutrition due to the increase in the volume that we get, we had an upgrade of a position, and then we added a technology position due to the new POS system that we're getting. And we have to spend down the fund balance to the minimum level we can have. And so I'm asking for a $72,000 increase in that. Also, we're asking to purchase 3 new vehicles to deliver the commodities and the site visits to the various campuses for compliance requirements of $180,000. This is also a depiction of what has happened. That's the budget that we approved in August. That's the proposed amendments. It is an impact to the budget because we're asking for an increase. We have a healthy fund balance, and we need to spend the fund balance down so we can afford this. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Ms. Mosley. Any questions regarding these items presented? All right, hearing none, it means you did a great job.
Thank you. All right.
All right, the next item we have on the agenda is operations update. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Mr. Oster to present that information to our board and to our community. And while he's making his way there, I also wanted to thank Dr. Kimbrough for his work with child and food nutrition.
Good evening, President Jones, esteemed board trustees, and Dr. Pereira. I'm here tonight to present our operations update. Since my last report on December 12th, the maintenance and operation team has been digitally addressing incoming requests and completing numerous projects across the district. Just prior to the winter break, a drainage pipe beneath the high school east side bus lane separated, necessitating an emergency repair. This issue was resolved within 7 days, and you see the pictures there. We cut out the slab and reported after we made the pipe repairs. Several projects are currently underway. With two to note is the Thrive store and the nurses clinic at the M&O warehouse located beside the middle school. The pictures on the right are two of the three recently delivered man lifts, which will be strategically deployed throughout the district. This will help us take care of requests a lot faster instead of moving equipment, man lifts from one campus to another. Each one that's needed will have one, or they'll be closely beside another campus where we can move it quickly. Another ongoing initiative is the installing of the LU Interactive system at the Pleasant Run Elementary and Rolling Hills Elementary is currently completed. This one is at Pleasant Run, and Rolling Hills is completed, like I said, and next one will be Houston, and the kids love this system. I believe Ms. Murry scouted this company out, and this is a project that we're combined together with getting everything done. As I mentioned earlier, the Thrive store is in progress, and here are a few images reflecting its current state. So we went through, this area was collecting a lot of old documentation and stuff that needed to be shredded throughout the past. It was, we cleaned it all out, pulled up the floor, and redid the ceiling grid and painted the building too. If you remember, that building was brown. So now it's a nice modern gray with black trim. And like I said, the ceiling grid was old 2x4. Now it's a 2x2, more modern, just like in here. And we got some mini split AC units in the main portion area, and then a 5-ton that goes throughout the offices. And we're excited about opening that up. This is we addressed some exterior water leaks at GWC. If you go by there, you'll see that everything is filled back in. All this dirt is filled back in on the first two pictures, and they're going through and about to be pouring concrete back and getting this all buttoned up. And the far one on the right, the picture is a underground leak that we had at the Seek building, and that one's all wrapped up. And if you go by there, the dirt's still out, but we're buttoning it up as well, cleaning everything up. And maintenance and operations, we're currently sitting at a 98% completion rate for work orders and knocking them out as soon as we can. And I welcome any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Oster. Any questions or comments on these items? Secretary Morris.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned shredding old documents. Do we have a large shredder in the district, or how do we do that?
Well, first we look over with like other departments and make sure that those are eligible to be shredded, and then we reach out to a vendor that we work with, and they give us a quote, and then we call them out and get it all done.
Okay.
They come out on site with a large shredding truck.
Thank you.
No problem.
Do you think that would be feasible for us to have a shredder, a large shredder in our district?
I've never seen a district have one.
You know,
It's costly. We do have them, individual schools have
a big one.
a bulk one, but we don't have one solely for the district
Right.
as a whole. We do contract out.
Okay.
It's cleaner, cheaper, and then you have to have somebody manning it. It's
All
easier to give it to them, they shred it, we good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Oster.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, we are moving along fairly well. The next item on our agenda is discussion of resolution in support of application for criminal justice grant program. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward again Dr. Knight to present that information to our board and our community.
Good evening, President Jones, esteemed trustees, and Dr. Pereira. I come tonight providing information on a grant that we wish to apply for through the Office of the Governor Criminal Justice Program. Federal funds are authorized under 34 USC Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, or JAG. JAG funds are made available through a congressional appropriation to the U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, and all awards are subject to the availability of appropriated federal funds and any modifications or additional requirements that may be imposed by law. This grant would be funding that would allow us to hire 2 additional ISD police officers to replace 2 of the 3 armed security officers that we currently contract. And this grant application would request $100,000 in funding. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Knight. Any questions? Ms. Knight, we'll go to this item. All right, great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item we have on the agenda is dealing with a TABSE update 124, discussion of TASB update, policy update 124, legal and local policies. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Attorney Alexander to present that information to our board and our community. Alexander, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Good evening, Board President, fellow board members, and Dr. Pereira. I'm Sharice Alexander, here to give you the update 124 from TASB as a legal overview, policy overview for the changes that they are recommending due to recent legal changes to our legal policies based on it's the 88th legislation. And as you're aware, we don't actually take action on the policies that were changed legally, but we are taking action for the local policies that are required because of those changes. And so in your packet and also in Diligent, there's all of the annotated versions of everything you need to go over and look at it in more detail with a fine-tooth comb, but I just wanted to go over what we're actually changing and give you a high-level overview of what that is and to be available to answer any questions. Our first one is that we're going to be looking at is CAA. It's involving our fiscal management goals and objectives and financial ethics. And basically, this particular provision was amended to align with federal rules that require disclosing violations of federal crimes or federal laws in connection with a financial award. And then the next one we have is CA. It's involving our district's investment policy. And essentially, and there's a section called the Sellers Investment section. That section was updated with new language that requires representatives of distributors of investment pools to be required to register with certain entities, specifically the Texas State Securities Board, Securities Investment Protection Corporation, and the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. And then next we have CY, which actually has some significant changes with regarding to our intellectual property, copyright, trademark, those types of things. It specifically designates who owns the property. If an employee does actually create some intellectual property, it belongs to the district. It also talks about how to use that property, other people's property, appropriately, such as performances as part of an instruction, and also designating that student created intellectual property belongs to that student. Our next is DH, which involves our employees' standards of conduct. TASB recommends revisions to this policy due to the expansion of nicotine use and nicotine products. And now it's gone from, you know, just basic cigarettes to e-cigarettes to vaping units. And so this language was changed to capture all of those types of nicotine products, and it actually aligns closely with our HR handbook and for our employee handbook. And then also next we have EHB. This was a response to changes in the administrative code related to dyslexia and rules around dyslexia and other types of disorders. The recommendation changes specifies that the district must comply with the guidance in the dyslexia handbook and that students and with student review and dismissal committee decisions. Next, we have EHBB regarding special programs and gifted and talented programs. And recently, the Texas State Plan for Education of Gifted and Talented Students actually made some changes within their handbooks, and so we have updated our policies with the terminology to match the changes that was made by the Texas Plan for Education of Gifted and Talented Students. In addition, the Education Code requires the district to have a policy related to the use of funds specifically for gifted and talented programming. And finally, it adds new language to the funding section to ensure compliance with the changes. Our next is FFG regarding student welfare and abuse and neglect. There were some changes made to the Family Code and the Education Code, which prompted changes to this policy, specifically with regards to oral reports. It used to be where you didn't have to identify who you were. Now you have to actually state your name and your contact information when making an oral report. However, the law does require for those reports to still remain anonymous. And our final update is for GK Local, again, with the changes with the uses of vaping products and cigarettes and e-cigarettes. They just now prohibits all vaping devices, all nicotine products are prohibited on school campuses. And that is it for me. You have the annotated version of all of these in your packet with all the red line, or they're blue lined in your packet. I'm available for any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Alexander. Any questions or comments? Secretary Morris?
Thank you, Attorney Alexander, for addressing EHB. I have a smile on my face.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
All right, if there's nothing else, I'll just, Board, when you guys are going through diligent, take time on the explanatory notes. That gives you a quick summary of what those changes are. You can dive in specifically to the respective policy as it relates to local that we'll be potentially addressing and utilizing the language which TASB is proposing during the next board meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Alexander. The next item we have is recess to closed session. We will go there under codes 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.076. We have discussion of personnel update and employment and administrative personnel and discussion of sheriff's sale of real property. And just according to our updated operating procedures that we adopted, anyone who is participating virtually will not be able to attend closed session. The time is now 6:48 p.m. We will recess to close.
crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, and President.
Howdy, howdy.
Ms. Howland made a new slide.
Okay,
So,
we'll just bring it back up.
yeah.
All right, everybody sign that stuff as well.
Would you, excuse me for crossing over, would you please staple all of that together? Is today's agenda and information and selling? And I left it like that so you could verify those signatures. I'm unable to hear you. They haven't decided to do it yet. Tomorrow, but Friday they play at Cedar Hill. That's their last game, regular season. Sweet.
There's nothing to hear right now. I think they're still in closed session.
Or don't forget your meals in the back. Dana, does President Jones have the word for the sales?
Oh, it's not gonna be tonight, it's gonna be at the board meeting.
Never mind. My brain. I'm ahead of my time right now.
I'm unable to hear.
Dr. Barker just put in the chat that they're on a short break or something.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the boardroom, can you hear me, Ms. Whitfield?
Yes, I can hear you.
The board, the mic that, look, according to the screen, the mic's off and the camera off in the boardroom, but that they said, she did a chat that said they're taking a short break. They'll be back in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the time is 7:19 p.m. We are reconvening to open. There are no items for action here. Would like to bring back one item as it relates to our conservators reporting the GPM. And we had some language up there that wasn't correct, so we're going to go back and address that. Dr. Francois.
Thank you, Board President Jones and trustees, Dr. Pereira. I think Dr. Barker's getting ready to put it up. I have to take the advice I used to tell my students, proofread, proofread, and proofread again, and I did not. And so I want to assure you that the particular GPM version that you saw earlier is not the correct one. I think it was Trustee Nichols' question that kind of got my brain going, that was not the correct item up there. I had not even read it, and I apologize for that. Please accept my apology. But as soon as they get it up there, I'll go over what the actual GPM 3.2 will say. And while that's coming up, I also want to circle back to Board Trustee Hamilton's question about the dates. Once a board has seen and has accepted a progress report, the agency does not endorse updating the dates. So that's why those dates always will remain the same. And I don't think I really answered your question well about why that would not change. Those dates stay the same regardless. If I left tomorrow, if I had left, a year ago, those dates would stay the same in that first column. But the correct GPM, you'll notice, is stated in the positive, and it does not include a percentage. It says that by May 31st, 2024, each quarter, the conservator observes the majority of trustees engaging respectfully and courteously with fellow trustees, staff, or community members in a way that does not violate LISD Board Member Code of Ethics, LISD Board Operating Guidelines, LISD, School District Policy, or Robert's Rules of Order. And majority, going back to, I think, when Trustee Nichols asked the question about percentage, it should have, made the light bulb go off. So majority would be at least 5, or, So hopefully this is a little clearer to all of you. And what I will do is each quarter take a look and see how you all are doing.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Francois. Okay, we'll now move down, and it's going to take you a little while to get down there, to our board matters. And what we have first on the agenda is the review of the Lone Star Governance Board Time Use Tracker for January 23rd, 2025. Ms. Allen, do you want to take this item on?
Thank you, Board President Jones, distinguished board. On behalf of Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Pereira, you were able to receive the TA Time User Tracker document, and I just wanted to just share with you that in accordance to what took place on January 23rd, 2025, you will notice some changes in regards to the tracker document. And on behalf of you, Board of Trustees, better yet, you did meet your goals in regards to goals 1, 3, and 4, which is 100%. The items that were discussed in regards to the GPMs, on behalf of our conservator, Dr. Francois, there were 4 items that were discussed, and 3 of those items you were on target, and 1 on behalf of our conservator was brought to your attention this evening, and so as of right now you have 75%. And also you will notice that in regards to student outcome, there is a decrease in regards to that. And then you will also notice that on behalf of the conservator, she was able to speak in regards to her conservator's report. And then, there were some items, or better yet, a situation that took place during that board meeting that in regards to adult behavior that took up, I would say, assumed 10 minutes. And so in regards to your report, this is what you have. And I'm going to turn it over back to Board President Jones, and just want to make sure that in regards to the report, and also I want to make mention of our conservator, Dr. Lloyd, just want to make sure that everyone is in agreement in regards to this time tracker. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me, and I can, be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Allen. So, board, between now and the board meeting, please review this and pose any questions. Ideally, you want to get our use for student outcome minutes to at least 50% of our board meeting. So our focus in our conversation should be circled around that and centered around that. So this is what we have right now. These are the minutes based off of Ms. Allen's calculations of watching the meeting over again. And again, our focus is to improve our communication and dialogue as relates to student outcome. So that would also be a charge of mine and Dr. Pereira in orchestrating an agenda that allows for such. Are there any questions on this? If not, we'll move to our next item. Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the review of the LSG quarterly tracker and next steps. And if you recall from our Team of Ladies training, we went over this particular item again. What the plan is for the board meeting is that everybody will bring their results individually, and then we will come up with a single quarterly tracker that we'll collaborate on and bring that before and then approve that at the next board meeting. Dr. Lloyd, if you have anything you want to share that I may have missed, you're welcome to take the floor now.
Yes, sir. I think that's a great plan, President Jones. And if everyone would give President Jones their information, then he can accumulate all of that data and get the right tracker information so that we can update the tracker at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lloyd. Any questions, comments here? Secretary Morris?
Yes, President Jones, I would just like to request if the board can get a copy of this form, print it out, a hard copy, and how would you like for us to get it to you?
Yes, ma'am. I can get you a soft copy. We do have that on the TIA
Hard
website.
copy.
You would prefer a hard copy?
Yes.
Okay.
You can do a soft, but the hard copy will actually allow me to write on it.
The soft copy, I believe, it allows you to kind of click on there and put your responses in, but I can
And
get
then
both.
send it, okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions or comments on this item? All right. Hearing none, we'll move to our next item, which is Lancaster ISD Certified Agenda Form for Closed Meeting Executive Session. This is a request of Secretary Morris to update our current form for which the Secretary compiles and completes for closed session. You guys will have in diligent, you will have our current document, a neighboring districts document, and then the proposed change by Secretary Morris. So you guys can review this, and then we will either move forward with the change after the next board meeting or leave the form as is. Secretary Morris, I'll provide the floor for you to provide any further explanation.
Thank you very much, President Jones. And actually, in looking at the document, thank you, Mr. Allen, for updating the document that we were completing in the past. It's a document that the board does. It's our board. It's created by our board. It's something I feel okay to go outside to look at other districts to get an idea of what they're doing, but
Secretary Morris, before you continue, which form do you want us to review first as they put it up on the screen?
oh, okay.
Let's look at our current form.
Well,
And then
actually, the current form, I was speaking, so you can have this one up.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we have somebody
Right.
online.
Thank you. So, actually, this is a Red Oak form that's up. I would like for Lancaster form to come up, if we could. Okay, so this form, well, this is the new form you just created. But the form that we have been doing had an older year on it. So I wanted to tell you to thank you for correcting it for this meeting, because this one is what we got. But the only thing that's different, now this is what I am proposing to the board. Only the section now, since you have corrected the other, only the section where District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with the trustees' names there, it's already there. Where if they are not present back there, it would be in, meaning they're not there, because the Zoom part, I would like to amend this and take Zoom off, since now our policy states if you're not present, you cannot go by Zoom. So we don't need that category. But the only thing that I would like for you to add to the new form that you created for tonight, thank you for that, is District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So therefore, if this form is ever requested from court order, then what would happen, they would actually see what district was trustee was at executive session or not in executive session. So that would mean that they were just absent, and Zoom can go away. And that's what I'm proposing to the board, to just add each trustee's name. And the other is okay. I won't ask for any other. because the items that we go back into executive session to discuss, it will be on our agenda, and that would be an easy fix to just write down the agenda number and what that was.
Does that
Any
conclude?
question?
Thank you. Any questions for Secretary Morris?
And just for clarity, this is just going to be a generic form that whoever is completing this form as secretary will be inserting the current date. It will not have to be auto-populated by Ms. Allen prior to our meeting every time. Is that correct?
It doesn't matter. The forms are usually here in this
that's what
drawer.
I'm saying, just making sure
And
that she
so
doesn't have to-
whatever meeting we're in, it will just create.
It can be auto-filled, okay.
Yeah.
That word can be handwritten in, okay.
Right. The only thing that we will not be handwriting the trustees' names, and their district will be outside of their names, already pre-printed. That would only change due to elections.
I just have one question or comment.
Trustee Nichols?
So thank you, Ms. Allen, for creating or making the changes. Right, I did look at this the other night. The formatting, like the headers and stuff to go over, because I'm not sure what YY means. I don't know, is that the category? Like it says District 1, Marion Hamilton, then it says why. What?
Oh,
Right,
that
that's
was
Mrs. Morris's form.
Yeah.
Her proposal.
Yeah, that was, those Ys, it would go to me, because I was the one that put the Ys there.
Yeah.
The president
That's
absent
what I'm
needs to be
saying, the
moved over
columns
the
needs to.
Oh, yeah, it'll be typeset.
Well, I don't know, is this the proposed document we're looking at? You want feedback, right?
Right.
So you need to move, just reformat it. I already did it, and I'll send you what I have, because the format is off. I didn't know what YY means.
Right.
Usually it has the header of the column. So we'll just do that. And then there was some other things that I just wrote out, so I'll just send my
Please share them with us.
Right.
Yeah, I'll send them to you.
Right, for clarification, Trustee Nichols, thank you very kindly. The proposal, is or was created by Mrs. Morris, and so, thank you.
I'll just respond in
Yeah,
in the
absolutely.
box, or however
Yeah.
you want me to do it. But we just need to format it, and then I think also down at the bottom a little bit too. So yeah, it looks nice, but I'm just saying, y'all asked for feedback, so that's the feedback.
All right. Well, thank you very much. So in essence, this will come to us as an agenda item if everybody approves for it to be, because this is a request to be on the board's agenda. So I will, I guess, did we set this up in the item and diligent for us to cast a vote for this? I'm not sure if we did.
This is a discussion item, but it will be ready, set, go for February the 27th.
Right, but typically in this situation, this is a request to have it on the agenda. We would then take a vote if we wanted to have it on the agenda. But I'm not sure, did we set it up that way in diligent?
No, it's not set up that way. It was just set up as a discussion item.
Okay. Can you construct that for us to vote on that?
Okay.
Because in essence, the request is for us to take action on this at the regular board meeting. And according to our operating guidelines, we have to take a vote if the board desires for this to be on the agenda.
On the agenda.
Yes.
And I need to make a statement so I can clarify this document that I created. This is only an example to what, because the whole document don't even look like this. The document will look like, if you will put your document back up, Ms. Fran, so it won't be no misunderstanding when I say it is offset, because this was sent over in actually a Word document, so everything kind of switched. So this is the actual document where it says trustees present. That is where District 1 and whoever is the representative of District 1, that name will be there, so it will be a tab over. And up above those areas, it would not be anything other than a mark would say yes or no. N for no, Y for yes. That's what the Y stood for, or will stand for. That was an example. I didn't hear anything back when I presented it to Ms. Allen. That, did you understand what I gave you? Because we did discuss it.
Yes, Mrs. Morris, I'm sorry, Trustee Morris, we did have a conversation in regards to, what your desire, in regards to, the amendment to the executive session form. And I did understand that that was going to be a conversation between you and Board President Jones in regards to what your desire was for the form and being able to have it ready, set, go for discussion before the board.
Right. But actually, it wasn't really, that's why I said what I said earlier. I appreciate you adjusting that. But so the board will be able to actually see, this is the way our was updated to February 12th, 2025, which is the day. Ms. Hamilton's question was, will we write that in? Because actually, at the closing of the executive session is on here twice. I didn't say anything because it wasn't a problem with me writing it twice. But I do understand what Ms. Hamilton was saying, that each day we go, or each month, if it's twice a month or once a month, it would be a line there with the date in it.
Yes.
And so you wouldn't have to go in and do anything. And I wouldn't have to, or whoever is the board secretary, they would not have to actually write Hamilton, Morris, Jones, or whoever is in the executive session. It would already be printed.
10 more seconds.
Okay.
I
thought it was a discussion. So if it's clear to what it would be, so you don't have to put the Y's there, that would be a responsibility of the secretary, but it would need to say up above if they were present or.
All right. Thank you very much, Secretary Morris. Trustee Cluis?
I think I just need clarifications. I've never seen the document that says Lancaster ISD certified agenda. Is that page, is that new, or is that something? Okay, so that's always been existing.
Only the secretary.
So the only thing you're asking is to add is the other document with the yes, no?
Yes.
Okay.
To add this. This is all I'm asking to add.
Okay.
You are District 4, Darrell Cluis.
And so, President Jones, so did I hear you correctly in that this will have to go on the next regular board meeting in regards to whether or not we're going to move forward with it?
Yeah, so in essence, this was a request to add it on to our board agenda, which will be the February 25th, I believe, is the day that we'll actually have items which we'll take action on. So tonight, we're voting to say we want this on that agenda or not. And if we do, you'll have this information. We can get it dolled up the way she wants it to look. If the will is to keep the form as is, we'll just move on with that. So when you cast your vote, you'll cast your vote to add the item to the February 25th agenda. And I hope I got that date correct. Okay, February 27th agenda, or not to. Okay?
Well, because I could
Well,
put
she should, I don't know if she put it up there yet.
in there.
Okay. So at this point, Ms. Allen, if you would push it out, we'll see if everybody can get that. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Allen. So is there a motion to update actually, is there a motion to add this item to our agenda?
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion so it hopefully will be clear to what the request is.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Secretary Morris, second by Trustee Cluis.
Mr. Jones, can you all I need the actual motion for what, we don't know what the motion is.
Well,
Secretary Morris.
he answered so quick. I was going to explain what the motion, that's why I was out of respect, just allowing him to finish. The motion is that only thing that will be added to the executive, the certified agenda for closed meeting. It should say executive closed meeting, because that's what it actually is under TEA and the Educational Code, executive session. And where it says trustees present, you can take away present and you can say trustees or district. And then...
Secretary Morris, would you make your motion
Okay,
regarding...
well,
not
I
necessarily
wanted to make
clarifying
it
what the form
clear.
is.
I just, because it just seemed to me there is a miscommunication of what I was asking for. So I will make the motion for the board to consider adding District 1 through 7 with the trustee's name and the wording, present or absent.
Okay, we have a motion by Secretary Morris,
Second.
second by Trustee Cluis. Any discussion?
So I do have.
Trustee Hamilton?
I'll just make a friendly amendment to the motion. But the motion should probably just state that we'd like to add to the next agenda to amend the executive secretary form with some additions. And we don't have to call them out. We're just going to make additions to it. And I think that would be clear enough.
Amendment.
And I probably stumbled over it, but it would be a lot seamless.
All right, so we have a motion, it's been accepted, properly second. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, if you look on your screens, you can cast your vote on if you would like for this to be on the February 27th.
Now, is what we're looking at, is that going to be sufficient in terms of what the actual motion is?
Well, this is just going to put it on the agenda for us to have further discussion on the 27th. And we'll either approve it at that point or not. This
Well, I
isn't
don't
us
think that's
approving.
what I'm looking at says.
Well, I think she has typed the motion, so we'll go with the motion that was presented, not with what Ms. Allen typed in, but she was just typing it in to give us an opportunity to vote.
If there is a question, please say it where,
Right now,
because it's
no other-
one
What
of
I'm
mine.
saying, what I said
hearing
is,
a
it's
lot
not that serious. We just voted to get it put on the next agenda to amend the form during the next meeting. Because we didn't do it initially, so we're doing it here to make sure that it can be put on the next meeting. Because we're spending too much time on this.
Board President Jones, just want to make sure that I note for the record that the proposed motion is addition or addendum to the executive session form to be placed on the agenda. Is that correct, Trustee Hamilton, Marion Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, has all votes been cast?
Board President Jones, I just resent the opportunity for you, along with the Board of Trustees, to vote in regards to the proposed motion, addition to the executive session form to be placed on the agenda.
I think that works, so yes.
All right, you have...
Did you get my vote, Ms.
Secretary Morris, I got that part covered.
My screen went out. I was just asking her, because I had voted.
Okay. Ms. Allen, do you have votes for everyone here?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Board President Jones. I do not, let me refresh my device because I don't see any of the votes. And as I believe I know that I sent the voting process probably 2 or 3 times just to make sure we have the language correct. Board President Jones, would you like to do a verbal vote in this situation?
We will do that. Trustee Hamilton?
Yes.
Trustee Nichols?
Yes.
Trustee Cluis?
Yes.
Trustee Whitfield?
Abstain.
Secretary Morris,
Yes.
Vice President Smith.
Yes.
Would you show yourself, Vice President Smith?
Yes. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna try to get it on. Stand by. Yeah.
All right,
Yes.
myself voting yes. Motion carries 6-0-1. This will be on the February 27th agenda. All right, the next item on our agenda is reminders. We have the TABSE State Conference in Galveston running today, February 12th through February 16th. We will have some Lancaster ISD representation presenting at the conference. I believe Dr. Jackson is presenting, Honorable Sonia Brown is presenting, Ms. Pipkins is presenting, I am presenting. And VIP, Kimberly Simpson is presenting. We also have the TAPSE Governance Camp, which is coming up March 5th through the 8th. And lastly, we have on here Region 10 ESC Board Required Training Opportunity is Saturday, March 22nd, 2025. That's the last thing on our agenda. The next thing we have is adjournment. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed are the same. Hearing none, we are adjourned at 7:48.
to